Hey there, how's it going, everybody? In this series of videos, we'll be learning how to build a full-featured web application using the Flask framework in Python. So Flask is an excellent micro framework that really makes it enjoyable to work with these back-end web applications. And also at the time of this recording, they just released version 1.0 of the framework, so it's a great time to learn this. So first of all, let me show you what we'll be building in this series of videos, and then we'll get started learning how to actually put all this together. So this is the application that we'll be building in this series of videos. And you can see that it is a blog style of an application where different users can make different posts. Now these can be regular blog posts, or they can be, smaller like Twitter updates, or whatever you want to do with it. So let's go through a little tour of the features of this application. So we can see that we have a user management system, so we can register new users. And once a new user is registered, we can go to login. And if they have forgot their password, then they can get a password reset email sent to their email address. So if we log in here, so I'll log in with the email address that I used to sign up for the application here. And once I sign in, at the top here, we can see that we have a few new options. So if I go to my account, then we can see the account information that we have here. We also have the ability to update profile pictures to where we save pictures on the back-end web application. So if we update that, then we can see that that changes there. And that picture also automatically gets resized to save space on our web server. So we also have the ability to write new posts here. If we go to the homepage, we can look at other people's posts, or if we go to a post that we have written, then we can see that we can actually update and delete our post here. So if I update this post, then I can say my latest updated post and post that. If I go back to the homepage, then we can see that that post was updated. And if I wanted to delete a post, then I could just come in and delete, and we can see that that post is no longer there. So that's a quick tour of what we'll be building. And building an application like this is a great way to learn the ins and outs of a framework, because we're going to have to deal with databases and also accepting user input from forms and saving pictures onto the backend file system and sending emails and all kinds of different things. So we're really going to learn a lot about the framework by building this. Now, I'm going to mention this several times throughout the series, but if you're following along and would like to download the source code of each step in the process, then I will have links to the source code of each video in the description section below so that you can download that if you'd like. And also, if you'd like to know how to build this same website in another framework, then in the near future, I'm also going to be releasing a series showing how to build the same site in Django and on Pyramid and possibly other frameworks as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started learning how to build this using Flask. So I'm just going to close out of this application and open up my terminal here. So first of all, let's start off by installing the packages that we need to get started out. So you can do this in a virtual environment or in your default Python environment, but it's always a good idea to separate different projects into their own virtual environments. Now, I'm mainly going to focus on Flask in these videos, so if you need to install Python or want to learn how to work with virtual environments or are wondering how I set up my text editor or anything like that, then I'm going to put links to those videos in the description section below, but I'm not going to go into those in detail in this series. I'm just going to assume that you're specifically ready to start learning Flask. Okay, so first of all, let's install Flask, and to do this, we can do a simple pip install. So I'll say pip install Flask. And once that is installed, let's make sure that it installed correctly. So we can do that just by starting up our Python REPL here and then importing Flask. So if we say import Flask, if that doesn't give you an error, then that installed correctly. So now we can exit out of that interpreter. And now let's create a new project from scratch. So I'm here on my desktop, but you can create this project anywhere you'd like. So I'm going to create a new directory on my desktop. So within a Mac on my machine, this is going to be mkdir, and I'm just going to call this Flask blog. Now on a Windows machine, that is going to be a different command, but you can just create the folder on your desktop like you would any other folder. And I'm going to open up this new project directory in my text editor, and I'm going to be using Sublime Text, but you can use any editor that you'd like. So I'm going to open up Sublime Text, go to File, Open, and then open up this directory. Okay, so now we have a completely empty project. Now within our project directory here, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call this flaskblog.py. And now we should be ready for a basic Flask application. So I have the Flask website, a completely empty open, and then open up this directory. I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call this flaskblog.py. And now we should be ready for a basic Flask application. So I have the Flask website pulled up here in my browser. So if I go to this, then if you go to the front page of their documentation, then they have about the simplest application that you can start with. So let's copy and paste this into our file, and I'll explain what's going on. So I'm going to grab this code here and paste this into our Sublime application. I'm going to make this text a little larger here. Okay, so at the top here, we're saying from Flask, import Flask. So we are importing this Flask class, and then we're creating this app variable and setting this to an instance of this Flask class. Now, passing in the double underscore name can seem a bit confusing. Double underscore name is a special variable in Python that is just the name of the module. Now, if we run the script with Python directly, then double underscore name can be equal to double underscore main, and we'll see that in just a second. Basically, that is so Flask knows where to look for your templates and static files and things like that. So now we have an instantiated Flask application in this app variable. Now we can create our routes. So our routes are what we type into our browser to go to different pages. So for example, you've probably been to websites that have about pages and contact pages. And in Flask, we create these using route decorators. So decorators can be a confusing topic, but you don't really need to understand how they work in order to use Flask. So I would recommend learning at some point just because they're nice to know. But if you don't really understand them, then don't worry too much about it for this series. Basically, decorators are just a way to add additional functionality to existing functions. And in this case, this app.route decorator will handle all of the complicated backend stuff and simply allow us to write a function that returns the information that will be shown on our website for this specific route. So this / here is just the root page of our website, or you can think of it as the home page. And we are simply returning the text, hello world. So this is normally where we'd want to return some HTML, but we'll start off with this text just to make sure it all works. So when we start our application, if we navigate to our home page, then it should show us this text, hello world. So now let's run this so that you can see how this works. So I'm going to pull back up my command line here, and now I'm going to navigate to my project directory. So I'm going to do a cd flask blog, and the cd command is the same on Windows as well. And now we're in the same directory where that flaskblog.py module lives. Now, before we run our application, we need to set an environment variable to the file that we want to be our Flask application. So in my case, I can say export flask underscore app is equal to flaskblog.py. Now that's the command that you use on Mac and Linux. If you're on Windows, then that is going to be equal to set Flask app instead of export. So you can just run that. And now with that environment variable set, we should be able to run our Flask application just by saying Flask run. So if that worked and you don't have any errors, then you should see this message that says that it's serving your Flask app on 127.0.0.1, and this is the IP address of your local machine, and the 5000 here is the port number. Now, this is a running web server. This actually comes with Flask itself, and you have to leave this running while you're viewing your site, or else you won't be able to see it. So if I copy this address here and go back to my web browser and paste this in, then we should see our sample application. Now, this is a little small here, but we can see that we got the text hello world, and that is what we returned from that home route. Now, when I said that this 127.0.0.1 was the IP address of our local machine, there's actually an alias for that IP address called localhost, and I like using that more than the IP address itself. So if I go back and paste in that URL again and replace this 127.0.0.1 with localhost and hit enter, then we can see that that returns the same route and gives us the same results. Okay, so now let's try to update our code to include some actual HTML. So I'm going to wrap our text here in H1 tags, which are heading tags, and this should make the text look a lot larger. So I'm going to open up our Flask blog, and instead of returning just hello world, I'm going to wrap these in H1 tags, which are HTML heading 1 tags. So we can close that out and save it. And if we go back to our browser and reload that page, then we can see that the changes did not take effect. So we actually need to stop the web server and then run it again. So I'm going to pull up my command line here and stop this using Control C and then rerun that with Flask run again, and then go back to my web server, reload that page. Then now we can see that those changes took effect, and we now have our text and our H1 tags. And within Chrome and other browsers as well, you can view the source code of any HTML page just by right-clicking and then going to View Page Source. And if I do that, then this is a little small here, but we have our text wrapped in H1 tags. Okay, so most likely when you're developing a site, you're going to be making a lot of changes to your application, and it would be a major pain to have to shut down and restart the web server each time you make a small change. And we can actually get around this and have the server show changes without restarting our application just by running our application in debug mode. So here is one way to do this. So if we stop our current application, so I'll pull up our terminal and hit Control C. Now I'm going to clear out the screen here. Then if we set another environment variable, so I'll say export, this one is called Flask _ debug, and I'm going to set that equal to 1 and hit enter. And remember, on Windows, you use the word set instead of export for an environment variable. So now if we run this application, so I'm going to go back and do a Flask run again, then right away we can see that there's some additional information here in debug mode that wasn't there before. So if I go back and refresh our page in the browser, then we can see that our application is still working. And now let me change some text in our code. So I'm going to go back, and instead of this hello world, I'm instead going to change this to homepage and save that. Now, without restarting the web server like we did before, I'm just going to reload my browser. And you can see that since we're in debug mode, that those changes reloaded automatically, and we didn't have to restart that web server like we did before. Okay, so I also wanted to show you that if you don't want to work with those environment variables, then there's another way that we can run our application directly using Python. So let's go back to our application here. And to do this, let's go down to the bottom of the file, and we're going to want to put in a conditional that says if _name is equal to, and in quotes here, _main. And then within this conditional, we can say app.run, and we want to run this in debug mode. So we'll say debug is equal to true. Now, this conditional here can be confusing when you first see it. Like I said before, the _name is main if we run the script with Python directly. But if we import this module to somewhere else, then the name will be the name of our module. So this conditional is only true if we run the script directly. And I have a more detailed video on this concept if that's still confusing to you. So if we were to run this flaskblog.py module with Python, then it should come in here to this conditional and run this app.run statement. So let's do that now. So I'll pull up the command line again, and I'm going to stop my server here and clear out this page. And now instead of doing Flask run like we did before that uses the environment variables, we could instead just call this script directly with Python by saying Python and then flaskblog.py and run that directly. And if we run that, we can see that we get a similar output. It says that we're running on our local host in debug mode. So if we go back to our browser and refresh the page, then we can see that that's says that we're running on our local host in debug mode. So if we go back to our browser and refresh the page, then we can see that that's still working. Now, running the module directly used to be how I always ran Flask applications, but now the Flask documentation uses the Flask run command. So I've been using that as well. So the Flask command with the environment variables also allows us to use the Flask shell for some debugging, and we'll see a couple of examples of that in later videos. Now, in this series, I probably will be running the application directly with Python, just because I don't want to keep setting those environment variables again whenever I shut down my terminal. Okay, so now that we have this running, now let's add another route so that we can see how easy this is using Flask. So let's add an about route to make an about page for our website. So if I try to navigate to an about page right now, so that would be /about. If I go there, then we can see that we get this not found error. And if we look at our command line that was running the server, then we can see that our last GET request returned a 404 response. And that 404 response means that the page doesn't exist. So let's create that now. So I'm going to open up Sublime Text, and I'm just going to copy and paste this homepage route here, and then change a couple of things here. So for the route, I'm going to say /about. about. And we also have to change the function name here. So that's something that's easy to forget. So just be sure that you do that. And I'm just going to call that function about. And within here, instead of saying homepage, I'm just going to say about page. So now we have a route at /about, and this about function is returning the information for that page. And in this case, it's just an H1 heading with the text of about page. So let's see if this worked. So let's look at our command line to make sure the server's still running, and it is. So if we reload this page in the browser, then we can see we no longer get that 404 not found error, and instead it returns the about page text for our route. So now we have two routes here. We have this about page, and if I take that about away and just go back to our home page, then we can see that that route still exists as well. Now, if we ever wanted to have multiple routes handled by the same function, then it's as simple as just adding another decorator. So let's say that we wanted a route of /home to go to our home page, as well as just the /. So I'm going to copy this and paste another decorator right below it and just say /home. And I'm also going to change the function name here from hello to home. Then now, if we pull back up our browser here and reload the homepage, we can see that that still works. But also, if we go to /home, then that gives us the homepage as well. So those two routes are being handled by the same function. Okay, so I think that is going to do it for the first video. Now we know how to get a Flask application up and running and also how to create some basic routes. And in the next video, we'll learn how to return some more complicated HTML code using templates and also how to pass variables to our web page. But if you have any questions about what we covered in this video, then feel free to ask in the comment section below and I'll do my best to answer those. Hey there, how's it going everybody? In this Flask tutorial, we'll be learning how to use templates to return more complex HTML code than we did in our last video, and also how to pass variables to our web page. So let's go ahead and get started. So I'm starting with the same script that we left off with in our last video with these two routes for our homepage and our about page. So we can see in our two route functions that we're returning these two HTML headings, but most HTML files have a lot more HTML code than this. It contains an entire structure with a head tag, a body tag, and all of that. Now there's nothing stopping us from returning all of that HTML here. Here, we could, for example, instead of just returning this one heading tag, I could put in 3 quotes for a multi-line string, and I could just return all of this here and say, doc type HTML, then open up the HTML tag, and just kind of keep going there. But you can imagine that with a lot of pages and routes, that this would get really ugly really fast, and that we'd create a ton of repeated HTML like this for every single route. So the best way to do this would be to instead use templates. So to use templates, we first need to create a templates directory within our folder, within our project, and I'll do that here within Sublime Text. So I'm just going to right-click on my project and say New Folder, and I'm going to call this templates, and that's all lowercase. And now within our templates directory, I'm going to create templates for both of our routes that we currently have. So I'm going to create one for our home route and one for our about route. So I'm going to right-click on our templates page here and say New File, and I will call one of these home.html, and I will create another new file and call this one about.html. And let's do our home route first. So I'll put all of the HTML that we'd like to have within our homepage within this template here. So in Sublime Text, if I just type HTML and then press tab, then we can see that it fills out, a minimal HTML page structure for us. Now, if your editor doesn't create a structure like this, then you can find these pages in my GitHub code, and I'll leave a link to that in the description section below if you'd like to copy and paste it from there. So now that we have a basic HTML structure, let's add the heading tag that we had in our Python script into this home template. So I'm going to go back to our application and just grab one of these heading tags. So this is our about page tag here, and I'm going to paste this into our home template and so I'll go to the body here and paste that in and change about to home so that we have home page. And now that we have this home template ready, let's actually use this template when we navigate to our home page. So if we go back to our application, then instead of returning just plain HTML here, instead we can render the template. So first we're going to have to import the render template function from Flask. So up here in our import statement, I'm just going to put a comma and add in the render template function that we want to import. And now for our return statement here, we can say return render template. And now the template that we want to render, and that template for our home route is home.html. So now let's save this and run it from our command line to make sure that it works. So I will pull back up my terminal here. Now, if you don't have your terminal open, then you have to have it open and navigate to your project directory like we did in the last video. And if you remember in that video, we can run our application just by saying python flaskblog.py. We can see that it's running on our local host in debug mode. So I'll pull up our web browser here and reload that page. And we can see that this looks about the same as it did before. But if I right click and go to view page source, then we can see that instead of just that H1 tag, that now we have an entire HTML structure here. So it is pulling that structure from from that template. Okay, so now let's do the same thing for our about page. So I'm going to pull back up our application here, and I'm going to go to our home template first and copy this structure and paste it into our about.html. And I'll change this to be the about page instead of home page. And then within our application, we can't forget that we have to actually render that template now. So I will copy this from our home route and replace that heading tag. And the template that we want to render there is about.html. So I'll save that, pull back up our site, and go to the /about page. We can see that it looks similar to what it did in the first video, but if we view our page source, then now we have that entire HTML structure that it's pulling from that template. So that worked. So I'll pull back up my application here. So if you were just using Flask to basically serve up static HTML pages, then that's basically what we've created here. All you have to do is add in more detailed HTML and CSS, and you'd be good to go. But pretty much every web application these days doesn't just contain static information. You usually have posts and updates and all kinds of different information that is being added to the site on a regular basis. So for example, if you remember the application that I showed in the first video that I said would be our final application at the end of this series, it had a lot of different posts by different authors, and those could have been blog posts or pictures or whatever it is that you're making with your application. So let's say that we had some posts like this that we wanted to display in our template. So how would we do that? So let's add some dummy data so that we can see how this is actually passed into our template. So I'm just going to add some dummy data to the top of the file here, and I'm just going to call this post, and I'm going to set this equal to a list, and this is going to be a list of dictionaries, and each dictionary is going to represent a single blog post. So for example, I will have an author here, and I'll just fill out some sample information. So I'll have an author of Corey Schaefer, a title, and I'll just set this to blog post 1, and then I will also have some content, and the content we will say is first content, or how about first post content, okay? And then lastly, let's also do a date posted. So for a date posted, I'll just pass in a string here. So we'll say April 20th, 2018. So now let's add in another dictionary here with some different dates. Data to represent another dummy blog post. So we'll change some of this information up. So we'll say that this author is Jane Doe. For the title, we'll say blog post 2, second post content, and we'll say that this is April 21st, 2018. Okay, so for now, let's pretend that we made a database call and got back this list of posts, and that's what this post variable is. Still working. And now let me change some text in our code. So I'm going to go back, and instead of this hello world, I'm instead going to change content. We will say is is first content, or how about first post content, okay? And then lastly, let's also do a date posted. So for a date posted, I'll just pass in a string here. So we'll say April 20th, 2018. is. Now we can pass these posts into our template just by passing an argument with our data. So if I came down here to our home template, then within our render template function, I could simply say post is equal to post. So now, whatever variable name we use as the argument name here that we pass in, we will have access to that variable in our template, and it will be equal to this post data. So now let's switch over to our home template and see how we would loop through this post data. So the templating engine that Flask uses is called Jinja 2, and it allows us to write code here within our templates. So to write a for loop, we can open up a code block, and a code block is represented by these curly braces and then 2 parentheses here. And within these, we can say for post in post. And we also have to tell the templating engine when the for loop ends. And we just do that with another code block. So that's curly braces and parentheses, and we can just say end for. So now with in this for loop, we can print out our post information one post at a time. So if we come in here, let's say that we wanted to print out the post title in an h1 tag, so we can just say h1. And now that we want to print out an actual variable, this isn't going to be the same as the code block with the curly braces and parentheses. This is just going to be 2 curly braces because now this is just going to be a variable that we're printing out. So we'll say that we want to print out the post.title. And we can use this dot access here within the template. So that dot access does work. So now let's print out a paragraph tag, and let's print out the author and the date that it was posted as well. So I'll say by, and then we want to put the post author here. So we'll put in our double curly braces, post.author. And within the same paragraph tag, I'll print out the date that it was posted on. So I'll say on, and then we want to say post dot, and I believe I called this, okay, this was date posted. So we want to use this date. Posted attribute there. And lastly, let's print out the actual content of the post. So just like we were doing before, the 2 curly braces and post.content. So real quick, let's just look over this again. So we're opening up a code block here, and that code block says for post in post. And we got this post value here, this variable. We got that by passing in this argument into our template. And this argument is equal to this post dummy data here at the top. So this post variable within our template is going to be equal to this data. So that is where this comes from here. So we're looping over those posts, and for each one, we're going to print out this information of the post. So if we save that, now let's see if this worked. So our web server is still running. So I'm going to go back to our home page and see if we get that data. So we can see that it looped over our dummy data and displayed the information that we specified within the HTML. And if I view the page source to actually view the HTML that it gave to us, now this is a little small here, but we can see that it has both of these sections that were created here within the for loop. Okay, so now let me open up our home template again here. So I'll pull up Sublime Text. So we saw how to do a for loop, but we can also do if-else conditionals as well. So let's say that we wanted to be able to pass a title to our web pages, but if we didn't pass a title, then we would just want to use a default of Flask blog or something like that. So we could come up here to our title, and I will just type in the default title that we would want for our page here, and we'll call that Flask blog. But now let's add in an if-else conditional here, to where if we actually passed in a title into this template, then it would print out Flask blog -title or something like that. So to do an if statement, we can do our code block here with the curly braces and parentheses, and instead of a for loop, we'll say if title, and then I will copy this here and paste that here. And now we can do an else. And now we can end this. I'll paste that in again. We can end this just like we ended the for loop by saying end if. So this title that we currently have is what we want as our default title. So I'm going to put that in our else block because we want that to be the default if no title is provided. And if there is a title provided, then we want it to be flask.blog dash, and then print out that title that we pass in. And we'll see what this looks like in just a second. And let's also add this title section to our about template as well. So I'm going to copy this entire if-else conditional and paste that in here to the head section. So now if we go back to our application code, let's not pass in a title for our home template because we just want that to be the default for our application. But for our about page, let's pass in a title of about. So I will put in a comma there and just say title is equal to about. So for our homepage template where we didn't pass in a title, then it should come in here and say if title and see that it doesn't have one. So it'll come down and just use this Flask blog as the title. In our about template, it'll see that we do have a title that we passed in, and it will use this title here instead. So now I'm going to pull this back up in our browser and reload these pages. So I'll reload this, and we can see here in our tab that the title of this page is now called Flask blog. And if we view the page source, we can see that we can see that too. And I know that this text is a little small here. But if we go to our about page, so /about, now we can see that the title of this page in our tab is Flask blog -about. So it is setting those values correctly using our conditional. Okay, so we're almost finished up with this tutorial, but there is one thing about our templates that isn't a very good design. So if you notice, our homepage template and our about template have a lot of similar repeated code. So if I pull those up and compare those, we can see that a lot of this is similar, and there's just this one section here down in the body that is different. And that's never a good thing in programming because it means that if we want to update one of those sections, then we need to update it in every single location. So for example, if we wanted to change our default title for our website, then we would have to make that change in both the home and the about template. So it's almost always better to have everything that is repeated in a single place so that there's only one place to make changes, and our home template and about template only contain the information that is unique to those pages. So to accomplish this, we can use something called template inheritance. So let's see what this looks like. So I'm going to create a new template in our templates directory, and I'm going to call this layout.html. So within our templates, I'm going to create a new file here, and I'm going to call this layout.html and hit enter there to create that file. And within layout.html, we want to pick out all of the repeated sections between our home and our about templates. So if we compare these back and forth, like we said before, the only thing that is different is this body section. So I'm going to copy the code from one of our templates here. I'll use the about template and paste this into our layout.html template. And then I'll just delete the part that is unique here to the about page. So I'll just delete everything within the body tag there. So now we only have the HTML that is shared between both of our routes. So now I'm going to create a block, and a block is a section that the child templates can override. So we'll see this in action in just a second. So I'll create a block within our body tag, and I'll just call this block content. So to do this, we can use the code blocks that we've seen before, and instead we're going to use this block keyword. So I'll say block content, and that's what we're calling this block, and then do another code block right after this, and then we want to end that block. So I'll say end block. So now within our home and about templates, we'll inherit this layout template and get all of this information, but then we'll just override the content section with the stuff that is unique to each page. So I'll switch over here to the home template, and in this template we want to use that layout template as the parent, so we can get rid of all the information that is in that layout template. So that is everything that is outside of the body. So I will remove all of this here, and basically we're just keeping the for loop that is unique to this homepage. So now at the top of this template, we can use that layout template by opening up a code block here and using the extends keyword, and we want to extend that layout.html template. And now we want this for loop content here to override the content block of that layout template. So to do that, we can wrap it in a content block by saying, and I'm going to indent this here. So we can just open up a content block here by saying block content, and then down here at the bottom, we will end that. So I will do another content block and say end block. Now the way that we have it here would work, and this is how I see most people doing it, but Jinja 2, the templating engine that we're using actually allows you to put the name of the block after the end block as well. And I like doing that because if you have multiple blocks, then it can be easy to lose track of what blocks you're closing. So I like to be explicit. So after end block here, I'm going to say end block content. So content there isn't needed, but like I said, I like to put it just to be explicit that it's actually closing off this block here. Okay, so now let's do the same thing with our about template. And I'll just copy everything that we have here and paste it into our about template here at the top. But instead of our content being just this for loop here, it's just going to be this H1 heading. So I'll grab this H1 heading and paste that into our content block, and now we can get rid of everything that was here before. Okay, so I know that may have been a lot to take in, so we'll go back over that again once we make sure that this is all still working. So after we save this, then we should be able to reload it in our browser and still have the same pages that we had before. So let's check this out really fast. So let's make sure that our web server is still running. Now we'll pull back up Chrome here, and if we go to our About page, we can see that that works, and if we go to our home page, we can see that that still works as well. And if we actually check the source code of these pages, then we can see that it still has the entire HTML structure there as well. So all of that is still working. So these pages look the same as they did before, but now we're using that template inheritance so that we're not repeating code. So let me show you why this is so powerful. So let's say that we wanted to now update our entire website to use Bootstrap. Now, if you don't know what Bootstrap is, basically it's an extremely popular library that makes it easy to add some nice styles to your website. And I'll be using Bootstrap in this series since it will allow us to add nice styles easily without taking away any of the focus from Flask. So to add Bootstrap to our website, I'm going to open up the starter template from the Bootstrap documentation to see how they say to do this. And I already have this open up here. So this is a basic starter template that they give here. And we can see that we need to add some tags and a link to some CSS here in the head of the website. And also down here at the bottom, right before the closing body tag, we need to add some JavaScript files as well. Now, The CSS and JavaScript it's using are all served from a CDN, which is a content delivery network. So there's nothing we actually need to download. So we should just be able to drop this into our site and we'll be good to go. Now there is actually a Flask extension for Bootstrap called Flask Bootstrap. And I won't be using that in this video because I feel like it's something additional to learn. And if you're already familiar with Bootstrap classes, then there's really no reason that you can't just use it directly. And also I feel like it just gives you a bit more control with the design just to do it manually. But if anyone is interested, then I could show you how to use the Flask Bootstrap extension in a later video. Now, if we weren't using template inheritance, then we'd have to make these changes to every template in our application. And not only would that be easy to screw up, but it would be almost impossible to maintain once the number of pages on our website, grew to a certain level. But now we just need to make these changes to that single layout template that our other templates inherit from. So to do this, I'll first copy these meta tags and the CSS that needs to be added to the head of our page. So I will grab these meta tags here and the Bootstrap CSS and copy that, and that needs to be added to the head of our page. So I'll open back up our layout template, which will affect our other templates since they inherit from them. And within the head, I'll actually put these above the title here. So I will just paste those in and save that. And now let's also copy the JavaScript that we need as well. So I'm going to go back here and grab all of this JavaScript and copy that. And we will paste that above the closing body tag of our layout. So down here in our body, I will paste in that JavaScript and save that. And now let's use a Bootstrap specific class to see if this works. So I'm going to wrap our content in a div with the class of container, which will give the content some good padding and spacing. So I will do a div here, and this div, I will give a class equal to container, which is a Bootstrap class. And now I will move our content inside of that container div. And then I will clear up these here. And simply adding in that CSS and JavaScript should be enough for our application to now be using Bootstrap. So if I go and reload our page in the browser now, so I'm going to refresh this, and I'm going to do a hard refresh with Command-Shift-R, which will also clear the cache. So we can see that when I reloaded that the text changed, and also the margins are also different. And if I go to the About page, so I'll do /about, then we can see that that text and margins are different on that page as well. And it works on both of those pages because both templates are inheriting that single layout template. Okay, so I know that's a lot to take in, so let's do a quick recap before moving on to the next topic. So we created a new template called called layout.html, which we are seeing here. And this is our parent template that the others will inherit from. So this has the main structure of our HTML that is going to be included on every page. Now you can have multiple blocks, but right now we only have this single block down here called block content. And we didn't have to call that block content. We could have called it pretty much anything that we wanted. But this content block is what the other templates are going to override. And when they override the content block with data, it will place that data at this location in the HTML. So if we go to our home template, then we can see we are extending the layout template, and we are specifying that we want to put some information into our content block. And that information is the dummy post data that we've seen before. So when it's all said and done, if I go to the home page in the browser and look at the page source here, then we can see that we have all of this information from the layout template. And then our two dummy blog posts are here in the container div, which is where our content block was located. Okay, so now that we have a base layout template in place, let's add a navigation bar and some global styles to our website so that it looks a little nicer and similar to our final product that we saw before. Now, this is a good bit of HTML, so I'm going to grab this from some code snippets so you don't have to watch me type all of this out. And the link to these code snippets will be in the description section below so that you can grab these snippets as well. Now, really, you could follow along with these videos just fine without styling your application, but having these in place will just give you a better idea for how this might look in a real finished application. So let me open up my snippets folder here, and I have this on my desktop. So I'm going to say from within Sublime, I'm going to open this and open the snippets folder on my desktop. Now, the first snippet that I'm going to grab is in this file called navigation.html. So you can see I have a lot of HTML here with a lot of different Bootstrap styles. So I'm going to copy that and go back to our layout.html file, and I'm going to paste all of that information right below the opening body tag. So I'll paste that in and get these indentions correct. Information right below the opening body tag. So I'll paste that in. And get these indentions correct there. So what we added here is a navigation bar with some Bootstrap classes that will make this look nice and also is responsive. So for example, if you're on a smaller screen, then it will resize everything appropriately. Okay, and I'm also going to put in a new main section here that contains our content block. And this snippet is in my main.html folder. So I'm going to bring this up, close down that snippet, and open up this main.html snippet here. And like I said, I'll have links to these in the description sections below if you want to grab those as well. So I'm going to copy this, and we can see that we have our content block in here. So I've got all of that copied. I'm going to minimize this, and in our layouts, here. And like I said, I'll have links to these in the description sections below if you want to grab those as well. So I'm going to copy this, and we can see that we have our content block in here. So I've got all of that copied. I'm going to minimize this. And in our layout, I'm going to replace our current container div and our current block content there. And I'm going to replace that with what I just copied. So we have this new container, and I will indent those correctly. And also I will remove the space here. Okay. And I also have a few custom styles that aren't Bootstrap specific, and those are going to be in a file called main.css. Now, since this will be a CSS file in our actual project, we'll need to put it somewhere. And in Flask, static files like CSS and JavaScript need to be located in a static directory. So let's create a directory in our project and call this static. So I'll right click on my project here and do new folder, and I will create this static folder, which is all lowercase. And then within our static folder, I'm going to create our main.css file. So I'm going to say new file, and this is going to be main.css. So I'll create that. And within this main.css, I'm going to grab another snippet of code. And in my snippets folder, I called this main.css. So I will pull this up and do a Control A to grab all of this. It's not very long. It's only 80 lines of custom styles. So I will copy that and put that into our main.css within our actual project. Okay, and now that we have this main.css file that we want to use, now we have to include this in our layout template. And we're going to need to use a new Flask function here called URL4. And URL4 is a function that will find the exact location of routes for us so that we don't need to worry about it in the background. So let's go back to our main application, our flaskblog.py, and let's import that URL4 function. So up here in the imports from Flask, I will also import URL4. And now back in our layout, we can use this by coming up here to the head section of our website, and we're going to want to add this style below the Bootstrap styles. So I'm going to grab the opening part of the Bootstrap style there, and I will now say that I want a new style sheet, and this is going to be a type equal to text/CSS, and we can use the href to say where the CSS file is located. Now this is where we use that URL4 function. So I'm going to open up some double curly braces here so that we can write some code. And I will say URL4, and we want this to be a URL4, our static directory. And within our static directory, we can pass in another argument here of file name. And we will set this file name equal to, and I'll actually use single quotes here since we have double quotes on the outside. And I'll just say equal to main.css. So now the style sheet at the top of our layout here is linking to this main.css file within our static folder. And our URL4 function will take care of finding that exact location for us. Now, it's a good idea to use URL4 for just about as many links as you can in your site. So it would also be good for us to use this in our navigation as well. But our navigation bar currently has two routes that we haven't created yet, and we'll be creating those in the next video. So we'll actually change those navigation links once those routes exist. And at this point, we should be pretty close to being done. So if we reload our page in the browser, let's see if all of these changes have taken effect. And I might need to check and see if our web server is still running. And it is. So I can close this down and now reload our page. Then we can see that with those added snippets that this looks a lot nicer. Now there are only a few more touches that I'd like to add. So it would be nice to visually split up these blog posts a bit and the main.css file that we already added has some styles for that. All of this Javascript and copy that, and we will paste that above the closing body tag of our layout. So down here in our body, I will paste in that JavaScript and save that. And now let's use a Bootstrap specific class to see if this works. So I'm going to wrap our content in a div with the class of container, which will give the content some good padding and spacing. So Sublime, I'm going to open our actual project. We'll need to put it somewhere. And in Flask, static files like CSS and JavaScript need to pull this main application, our flaskblog.py, and let's import that URL4 function. So up here in the imports from Flask, I will also import URL4. And now back in our layout, we can use this by coming up here to the head section of our website, and we're going to want to add this style below the Bootstrap styles. So I'm going to grab the opening part of the Bootstrap style there. And I will now say that I want a new style sheet, and this is going to be a type equal to text/CSS, and we can use the href to say where the CSS file is located. Now this is where we use that URL4 function. So I'm going to open up some double curly braces here so that we can write some code, and I will say URL4, and we want this to be a URL for our static directory, and within our static directory, we can pass in another argument here of file name, and we will set this file name equal to, and I'll actually use single quotes here since we have double quotes on the outside, and I'll just say equal to main.css. So now the style sheet at the top of our layout here is linking to this main.css file within our static folder, and our URL4 function will take care of finding that exact location for us. Now it's a good idea to use URL4 for just about as many links as you can in your site, so it would also be good for us to use this in our navigation as well, but our navigation bar currently has 2 routes that we haven't created yet, and we'll be creating those in the next video. So we'll actually change those navigation links once those routes exist. And at this point, we should be pretty close to being done. So if we reload our page in the browser, let's see if all of these changes have taken effect. And I might need to check and see if our web server is still running, and it is. So I can close this down and now reload our page. Then we can see that with those added snippets that this looks a lot nicer. Now there are only a few more touches that I'd like to add. So it would be nice to visually split up these blog posts a bit, and the main.css file that we already added has some styles for that. We just need to put in the correct HTML. So within my snippets folder, I have a file called article.html. So let me grab that snippet as well. So I'm going to come over here and open up article.html, and I'm going to copy this. And we can see here that this is just some updated code for how our post is displayed. This is all of our post information that we had before with some additional HTML and styles. So I'm going to put this within our loop for our blog post, which is currently on our home page. So if I go back and open up our home template, then this is the loop for our blog post here. And instead of these H1 and paragraphs that we had before, I'm just going to get rid of those and paste in our new code. And I'll get this indentation correct here and save that. Okay, so now if we save that and reload it in our browser, then let's see what that looks like. Okay, so now we can see that those blog posts are nice and split up a little bit better than they were before. Okay, so this is all starting to come together and look a lot nicer. So I think that is going to do it for this video. I hope that now you have a good understanding of templates and how we can pass data into them, and also the benefits of creating parent templates so that we can update every page on our site in a single location. In the next video, we'll be learning how to create and validate forms so that we can get started with creating some accounts and posting some real data to our website instead of just using this dummy data. So if anyone has any questions about what we covered in this video, then feel free to ask in the comment section below, and I'll do my best to answer those. And if you enjoy these tutorials and would like to support them, then there are several ways you can do that. The easiest way is to simply like the video and give it a thumbs up. And also it's a huge help to share these videos with anyone who you think would find them useful. And if you have the means, you can contribute through Patreon, and there's a link to that page in the description section below. Be sure to subscribe for future videos, and thank you all for watching. Hey there, how's it going, everybody? In this video, we'll continue with our Flask series by learning how to create forms and also how to validate user input. So the application that we're going to be creating is going to have the ability for users to create accounts, log in, make posts, and log out, and things like that. And the first part of that process is to create a registration page where a user can create an account on the website and then be able to log in and log out. And that's what we're going to be doing in this video. So let's go ahead and get started. Now, if you were to create forms from scratch, then that can get pretty complicated pretty fast. You would have to put in different kinds of validation checks to make sure that the user was inserting information correctly. You'd also have to make sure that their passwords matched, and you might have to write some regular expressions to make sure that they enter a valid email and things like that. But luckily, this process is so common that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. There are extensions out there that have already put in all the hard work so that you don't have to. And the most popular extension for working with forms in Flask is called WT Forms, and that's what we're going to be using in this video. So first we have to install this, and we can do this with a simple pip install. So I'm here within my virtual environment, but you could also do this without a virtual environment. So I will say pip install, and that is flask-wtf for WT forms. So we'll run that and go through the installation. And once that's installed, I'm going to open up our existing project and our text editor. So I'm going to open up Sublime Text here. And now let's create a file where we can put these forms. So I'm going to create another file in our project directory, and I'm going to call this forms.py. Now these forms could go directly into that application module that we've been writing, but it's best to split things like this out into their own files so that everything has its own place. Forms could go directly into that application module that we've been writing, but it's best to split things like this out into their own files so that everything has its own place. That way, if we need to update a form in the future, then we know exactly where to look. So it's better to have this stuff split up into smaller, more manageable sections of code rather than one larger application file where everything is in one place and hard to find. Okay, so now within this file, let's create our forms. So first, let's import this into our application by saying from Flask_WTF import, and we want to import Flask form. Now, if you've done web development for some time, then you may be used to writing forms in HTML, and this is going to be a little different using this Flask extension. So we will actually be writing Python classes that will be representative of our forms, and then they will automatically be converted into HTML forms within our template. So let's see how to do this. So let's say that we wanted to create a registration form, then we can create a registration form class. So I'm going to come down here and say class, and then we will call this registration form, and this will inherit from Flask form. And now within our form, we're going to have different form fields. And these form fields are all going to be imported classes as well. So for example, let's say that the first field that we want in our form is a username, and the username is going to be a string field. And this won't be imported from the Flask WTF package, but instead the WT forms package. And that was also installed with the pip install. So we don't need to do anything extra there. So we can just say from WT forms, and then we can import this string field class. And now within our registration form class, we can create a new attribute, and we can just say username is equal to, and then this will be a string field. And then the first argument here is the name of this field. So I'll call this username, and that is also going to be used as the label in our HTML. Okay. So that's easy enough to use the name of this field. So I'll call this username, and that is also going to be used as the label in our HTML. Okay, so that's easy enough to create that. But now also when it comes to usernames, there might be a few limitations that we want to put in place. So first of all, we want to make sure they actually put something for their username and just don't leave it empty or blank. Second, we wouldn't want a user to be able to create a username that's 50 characters long, because then it would look weird on our website. So let's say that we want to allow usernames that are between 2 and 20 characters. So to put these checks and validations in place, we can use something called validators, and they will be another argument that we pass into our field. So let's add a list of what we want validated by coming in here and passing in another argument, and this will be validators, and this is going to be equal to a list of validations that we want to check. And just like with the fields, these validators are also going to be classes that we import. So to make sure a field isn't empty, we can use the data required validator. So let's import that. And this is going to come from wtforms.validators, and then we can import that data required validator. And then we can just add that to our list of validators. So I'll copy that and paste it in here and put in these parentheses, and be sure that you have those parentheses after the class. Okay, so now if we want to make sure that the username is between 2 and 20 characters, then we can use the length validator. So let's include that in our imports. So after data required, I'll come up here and also import length. And now we can add this to our list of validators as well. So I'll say length, and then we'll actually pass in some arguments to this length. So I'll say min is equal to 2 and max is equal to 20. And this line is getting a little long here, so we can always break this up on multiple lines if need be. So now we can see that we have a list of validators here of data required, meaning that it can't be empty, and also a length validation that gives a minimum and a max amount that a username can be. And that's why using this extension is so convenient, because we don't have to write these from scratch. Okay, so moving on, let's write another field now. And the next field that we're going to want is an email. So I can just say email is equal to, and that's also going to be a string field. And the label that we want for that is going to be email. And let's also pass in some validators for this as well. So remember, this is going to be a list, and we want the data required for this email as well, because we don't want them to leave that empty. And also, we're going to want to make sure that this is a valid email address, and we can do that with the email validator. So we also need to import that. So up here at the top, we can just import email and then pass that in to our list of validators as well. Okay, and lastly, for this registration form, we also need fields for a password and also a password confirmation. So we'll need to use a password field for those. So let's import that. So right after this string field, let's import password field. And now we can add these in. So I will say password is equal to this password field. And we just want the label to this to be password. And we also want some validators for this as well. So let's pass in validators. And the only one that we want for this is going to be data required. I mean, you could do a minimum length on this if you want, but we won't for this specific application. Okay, and now we also want a password confirmation. So it's basically going to be the same as this field here, but a little bit different. So I'll just call this confirm password. And for the label here, I'll say confirm password. And we will move these validators to the next line, and we just want that to be a data required validator, and that's good enough. Well, actually, there is going to be one more validation on this confirm password field, because we want to make sure that the password and the password confirmation are equal. So we need to use the equal to validator. So up here in our imports, I will import equal to, and then I'll add that to our list of validators for the confirm password field. So I will say equal to, and now the argument here is the field that we want this to be equal to. So we want this to be equal to the password field. So we'll save that, and let me make sure that I closed everything out here correctly, and I did. Okay, so that is good. So once we finish these forms, we now need a submit button to send that information to us, and we can do that with a submit field. So now we need to import that. So up here at the top, I will import submit field, and then we can add this field to our form just by coming down here into our class and then saying submit is equal to the submit field, and the label for this, this is a registration form, I'll just say sign up as the label here. So that is going to finish up our registration form. So now let's create a login form that will be pretty similar. So I will just copy our registration form here and paste it underneath. And now will just change this around to be a login form instead of a registration form. So first, I'm going to change the name of our class. Now I'll call this login form. Now, first of all, you can choose to either log in with the username or the email. It's up to you. I like logins that use email instead of usernames because it's easy to forget a username and it's less easy to forget your email. So I'm going to use the email as the login form there. And all of those validators for our email are going to remain the same. They will also need to log in with a password, and everything for that field will be the same. We no longer need a confirm password because they did that when they registered. And I'm also going to add a remember field to our login form. And this will allow users to stay logged in for some time after their browser closes using a secure cookie. So I'm going to put in a field here called remember, and this is going to be a Boolean field. So let's come back up here to our imports on these fields, and we're going to import. This is going to be a Boolean field. So let's come back up here to our imports on these fields, and we're going to import Boolean field, which basically is a true or false. So we can paste this in down here, and we just want the label for this to be remember me. Now we need a submit button for this form as well, but instead of sign up, we want this label to be login. Okay, so that is going to do it for those two forms for now. Now, when we use these forms, we need to set a secret key for our application. A secret key will protect against modifying cookies and cross-site request forgery attacks and things like that. It's simple to do. We just need to go to the top of our application file here, and right under our app variable, we can set a secret key by saying app.config, and that is how you set config values on our application. And this is going to be the secret key, and we will set this equal to an empty string for now. And ideally, you want the secret key for your application to just be some random characters. Now, a good way to get a good set of random characters in Python is to pull up your command line and start the Python interpreter. So I will do that now. And I'm going to use this build built-in secrets module. So I'm going to say import secrets, and to get a big random string of characters, I'm just going to use the token hex method on this. So I'm going to say secrets.token_hex. Then we can pass in a 16 here, and that 16 there is just the number of bytes. So now I have a pretty good random string here, and I'm just going to use this as my secret key in this video. So I'll exit out of our Python interpreter and clear the screen, and then go back to our application and paste that in here. And you'll likely want to make this environment variable at some point. And we'll look at doing that later on in the series. Okay, so now let's use those forms that we created here in our application. So first we need to import those forms, and those are in the forms.py module. So, and it's within the same directory as this module here. So we can just import directly from that. So we can say from forms import, and that was the registration form. Make sure I spell that correctly. correctly, and the login form. And now let's create some routes for our registration and login so that we can see how these get converted to HTML. So first, let's create the registration route. So down here, above our main conditional, I'm going to create another route. So I'll copy one of these existing ones, and I will call this route register, and we need to change the function name as well. And now we need to create an instance of our form that we're going to send to our application. So we can say form is equal to registration form, and we want to put in the parentheses there to create an instance of that. And now we can pass this form to a template. Now we haven't created register or login templates yet, but we will in just a second, but I'll go ahead and pretend that they're there for now. So I will say down here at the bottom, return render template, and we will create a template called register.html. So that's what I'll fill in there. So now we can add in some additional information here. So I'll pass in a title of register for that page. And also we want to pass in our form. So I'll just say form is equal to form. That way, within that template, we have access to this form instance here. And now let's do the same thing for a login route. Now this is going to be pretty similar, so I'm just going to copy our entire register route here and then change a few things. So I will change the route and the function name to login. We want this to be our login form. We want to render the login.html template. We want the title to be login, and we can say form equals form because now we're going to be passing in that instance of the login form. So now that we have these routes created, now we just need to create the templates that use these form variables that we just passed in. So let's go ahead and create those templates. So up here in my templates directory, I am going to create two new files. So I will create register.html, and I will also create a new file called login.html. And now let's grab some code from our about page just to get us started. So everything that just extends the layout and opens up that content block. So I will do my register route first. So I'll paste that in here. So we can see that we're already extending our layout template, and we learned how to do that in the last video when we looked at templates. And now we want to put our form in the content section of this page. And to do this, there's going to be a little bit of typing, so bear with me here. But I will open up a div, and this div, I want to give the class of content section. This is a style that I have in our main.css file that will just make this look a little nicer. And now we want to open up a form tag. So we'll say form, and we want the method of this form to be equal to post, and we want the action here. We'll just set the action equal to an empty string. Now that means that when we post this form, it's just going to go back to the same route. It's going to post that information to the same route that we're currently on. Okay, so now we're ready to start putting in some form fields here. Now the first field that we need is going to be one called form.hidden_tag. Now remember, when you're actually accessing variables in our template, you do have to wrap it in these double curly braces. here. And then we are accessing the form instance that we passed in to this template. And now we're using this hidden tag method here. Now that hidden tag is something that you need to add in, but don't worry too much about what it does. It's adding something called a CSRF token, or a cross-site request forgery token. And when I said earlier that setting our secret key for our application would protect our form against certain attacks, well, this hidden tag here is part of that protection. So add it in, but you don't need to worry about the underlying details, but you definitely need it. Okay, so now let's add in our other form fields here. And I'm also going to add a couple of HTML and CSS classes here as well. So I'll add a field set, and we'll set a class here equal to form group, and this is all Bootstrap stuff just to make this look a little nicer. And then we will pass in a legend. So this is going to be the legend for our register form. So I want this to say, we'll say just join today. And let's also give this some classes as well. So I will give this a class of border bottom, and also MB4, which is just a margin bottom with a value of 4. And now let's create our form groups, and those are going to be within divs. So I'm going to give this a class of form group as well. So form dash group, and within this div, now this is where we're going to actually use the fields from our form that we passed in. So we're going to want those double curly braces, and now we can say form.username.label, and that will print out the label from our username field. Now we also want to give this a class as well. So we can do that by putting in some parentheses here and passing in a class argument. So I'll say class is equal to, and we want this equal to a form control dash label. And again, this is, this should be a dash here. And again, this is just some Bootstrap stuff to make these look nicer. Okay, so that would actually print out the form label there, but we also want the field itself. So I'm going to copy this and paste it in here, but instead of just the label, I'm going to do form.username. And the classes that I'm going to use for that is going to be form control, and also form control dash LG for large. Okay, so now that we have one of those, we can just copy and paste this for the rest of these. So we'll do another form group here. The next form group will be the email. So I will change both of those there to form .email.label and form.email, and we'll keep those same classes. And now we want to do the password field, so I will paste that div in again, and instead of username, we want to change this to use that password field, and leave the same classes again. Now we want the confirm password field, so we'll paste that in again and change both of these to confirm underscore password. Now, if you're wondering where I'm getting these field names here, these are the variable names that we specified here within our class. So we want all of those to be equal to these variable names here. So go back to that register template. So that confirm password field is the last field that we want in our field set. Now we still have the submit button here. So I'm going to create another form field div here. And I just realized that all of these are spelled wrong, and I've been copying those the whole time. So I'm going to go back and change that. So I will highlight all of those that say dir. Those need to be div for div, and then I'll put a closing tag in for that one there. And now we want to put our submit button. So within this last form group here, I'll put in our double curly braces. We want to say form dot submit, and we also want a class for this as well. So we'll say class is equal to, and we want a button class on this, btn, and also btn outline dash info. And that's like in Bootstrap, that's a nice little bluish outline button that they will style for you. Okay, so that will do it for our form. Now, since we're on the register page, you'll see on a lot of websites, they'll have on the register page, it'll say, do you already have an account? Well, if you have an account, then just go and sign in instead of creating a new account. So let's put something like that here as well. So we'll add in another div below our form here, actually below that div that the form was wrapped in, and we'll give this a class as well. So we'll say class is equal to, we'll give this a border of top and also a padding top of a value of 3. And now within here, let's do some small text, and let's give this small text a class of text dash muted, and that just kind of fades out the text a little bit. Then we'll put in the text here, already have an account, question mark, and now we'll put in a link to the login page. So this is going to be an anchor tag. I'll give this anchor tag a class of a margin left of 2, just to give it some spacing from that text. There, and now we want an href equal to, and we want this to link to our login page. So remember, if you want to link somewhere, it's always a good idea to use the URL for function. So we'll say URL underscore for, and we want to pass in the link to the login page. Now just remember that the value that we're passing in to the URL for function is not the name of the route, it's the name of the route function. So if I go back to our application, we are actually passing in this value here, not this. So we want the name of the function. So that's what we have there. And now we need to close out this anchor tag. So I will give this text, I'll say, just sign in and then close out that anchor tag there. Okay, so it's been a while since we viewed our application in the browser. So let's save what we have now and see what we get so far. So let me save this. And now if I go back to our command line, then we can run our current application by saying Python and then the name of our application. So we didn't get any errors, so that's good. So let's open up our page. So that was localhost on port 5000. And now let's go to that register page that we just created and see if we get that form. So I'll say register and go to that form. And we can see that this looks pretty good so far. So we have our form legend here, and then it did get all of those forms that we created in our forms file. So we have our username, email, password, and confirm password. And down here is that link where it says already have an account, sign in. That'll take us to our login route, but we don't have anything in that template yet, so it's just a blank page. So let's go out and actually fill out this form. So I'm going to just fill in some values here and then submit this to see what it currently does. So now if I fill all that out and then click our submit button, then we can see that it returns a method not allowed error. And the reason that we get that is because it's submitting a post request back to the same register route with our form data, but we currently don't accept post requests in that route. So to accept a post request, we need to add a list of allowed methods in our route. So if I go back to Sublime here and go to our Flask application file up to our register route, then we can add a list of allowed methods by passing in an argument of methods is equal to, this is going to be a list, and we want this to be equal to get, so it accepts get requests, and also post. So it accepts post requests, which is what we just made in the browser. So now if I save that and go back to our browser and then reload our register page, and we can fill this out again. I'll just fill it out with some sample values here really fast, and then hit the submit button. Then we can see that now we don't get that error, but now it just posts the data and directs us right back to the register page. So we have no idea if the form validated properly or not. So before we render our register template in our route, let's put in a check in place that checks whether we have post data and that data is valid for our form. So to do this, I'm going to go back to our application here, and after we create our form, but before we return our template, I'm going to use this validate on submit method. So I'll say if form dot validate on submit. And as you can probably tell by the name, this will tell us if our form validated when it was submitted. So now I'm going to use something called a flash message. A flash message in Flask is an easy way for us to send a one-time alert. So first I'll have to import this, and this is from Flask. So from Flask, I will import flash, and then come back down here to our conditional. And now we can add the message that we want to display when we've created a user successfully. So I will say flash and pass in a message of, and this is going to be an F string here since I'm going to pass in a variable. So I'll say account created for, and then we will pass in the form.username.data. Then we'll put an exclamation point after that as well. Now I'm using Python 3.6, and that's why I can use this F string here. I suggest that everyone use the latest version that they can, but if you're still below Python 3.6, then you're going to have to use the format method on that string to fill in that placeholder instead of this F string, because the F strings are only Python 3.6 and above. So if you get an error there, then that's probably what it is. Okay, so now we have a flashed message here, but I want to be able to tell the difference between the different kinds of alerts. So Bootstrap has different alert styles for successes and warnings and errors, and the Flask function accepts a second argument that is called a category. So I'm going to pass in the name of the Bootstrap class that I want this alert to have, and that is success. So I'll put in a comma and pass in a second argument to this flash function here, and this is going to be the string success. Okay, and now that we've got our flash message, now let's redirect the user to a different page, because you don't want to fill out a form and then just get redirected back to the same form after you submit it. That would be a little confusing for the user. So instead, we'll redirect the user to the home page. So to do this, we're going to need to import the redirect function, and that is from Flask. So I'll come back up here to the top, and after our last import, I'll also import redirect, then come back down here inside of our conditional. So when the form validates properly, we will say return redirect, and we want to redirect to the URL for, so we use that URL for function again, and we want this to redirect to our home page. And again, that is the name of the function for that route. So we're redirecting to here. Okay, so this should all work except for one thing. We haven't updated our template to actually show the flashed messages yet. So I'm going to put this within our layout template so that flashed messages pop up on any page. So I'm going to open up yet. So I'm going to put this work except for one thing. We haven't updated our template to actually show the flashed messages yet. So I'm going to put this within our layout template so that flashed messages pop up on any page. So I'm going to open up our layout.html, and let's just assume that we want to display any of our flashed messages up here at the top of our content. So I will come down to our block content here, and now right above this content, I'm going to display these messages. So I'm going to open up a code block. So that is a curly brace, two parentheses, and then the closed curly brace. And let me get rid of that one there. And in this code block, we're going to use a with statement. So I will say with messages equal to get flashed messages. And this is a function that will get the flashed messages that we send to this template. And we want to also pass in an argument here of with categories equal to true. Now that with categories equal to true will allow us to grab this success category that we passed in to that flashed message, which is the Bootstrap class that we're going to use. And so now I'm going to close off this block. So I will put in a closed block here and say end with. Now within our block here, now we want to print out any messages if there were messages returned from this get flashed messages function. So we can open up another code block and we'll say if messages, and then we'll also close off that code block as well. So we'll say end if, and now within here, this will mean that if messages was not empty, then it means that we have some flashed messages to display. So now we can loop over those flashed messages. So I'm going to open up another code block. I know this is getting a little nested here, but we can say for category, comma, message in those messages. So since we said with categories equal true, we're going to get two values from these messages. So for category and message in messages, and now we can end this block as well. So we'll say end 4. And now within here, we can finally print out this message. So I will create a div within here. And this div, I'm going to give a class equal to, and we want to set this equal to alert, and also alert dash, and then the category value. So if we want to put in a value, we need those double curly braces, and we're going to set this equal to category. So for example, since we passed in success, this class is going to be assigned alert dash success. And we'll see this in action in just a second. So now within this div, we want to actually print out this message. So I'll just pass in our message variable within our curly braces there. Okay, so now that we have all of that in place, let's make sure that it all works if our form validates properly. So let's open back up our site. Let's make sure that our server's still running, and it's not. So you might see this sometimes. If you actually save your file and there's a syntax error at the time that you save it, then it might shut down your development server. So to run that again, you can just rerun the file again. So now we don't have any errors, so that's good. So let's go back to our site and reload our register page and load that up. And now I'm going to fill out this form correctly so that it will validate. So I'm going to pass in valid emails and passwords and all of that. And now if I submit this valid form, then we can see that we got redirected back to our homepage with our flash message that an account was created for our username. And in that case, our username was CMS. Now, we didn't actually create an account for that user. We will need a database for that, and that is what we'll be covering in the next video. But now we know our forms are validating correctly and giving us some feedback. Now, these flash messages are nice, but like I said, they are only a one-time alert. So if I reload this homepage, then we can see that that flash message goes away. Okay, so lastly, let's give some validation feedback to our end user so that if they input incorrect information, then they know exactly what it is that they did wrong and what they need to fix. So if I go back to our registration form, and if I fill this out, but I give a bad email address, I'll just put in some gibberish there and do the password correct, then submit that, then we can see that it just sends us back to our form because our form was invalid, but we have no feedback for our user as to why it was invalid. So let's go back to our registration template and fix this. So I'll open back up our editor here and open up that register template. So for each field that we have here, each of those fields will actually have a list of errors if that field was invalid. So we can open up a conditional and print out those errors. So the way that this is done in Bootstrap is that you add a class of isInvalid to your field, and then you put a div underneath that with the class of invalid feedback, and then put in the error there. So let's see what this looks like. So I'm going to go underneath our label here, and I'm going to just keep this valid feedback form here. And now let's put in one that has errors. So I'm going to open up a code block here, and this is going to be an if statement. So I'll say if form.username.errors. So it's only going to hit this conditional if we have any errors. And then I can end this if block. So I will put in a code block here and say end if. And now within here, we want our username field, just like we have on the outside here, but we also want to add a class of isInvalid. valid to that field. And underneath that invalid field, we also want to give a div with a class equal to invalid-feedback. And now within this div, we want to print out all of the errors that we have. So I'll open up another code block here, and this is going to be a for loop. So we'll say for errors. In, and fix that typo there. So we're going to say for errors in form.username.errors. I'll just copy and paste that there. And then I will close out this for loop by saying end for, and we will just print out a span of all of these errors. So we want to print out this error. And actually, here I should have said for error in errors, not errors. So I will print out that error variable there from the for loop. Okay, so I know that this is kind of a long section here, but hopefully that all made sense. So if our form had errors on it, then it will print out this form field and also these errors. But if we have no errors, then we just want to print out what we had before. So we can put this inside of the else block of this if statement. So I will put in an else here, and that is where we will move the valid form or the valid field from that section. So I will paste that in there. Now, I know that this can look like a lot here just to print out the validation errors, and honestly, forms and validation is really where the Flask Bootstrap extension has some advantages, but I still like doing these myself because I like to be able to easily be able to make design decisions if I want to change the look of something, and I feel like you just have more control over doing that if you do it manually. Okay, so now we want to put in these validation errors for all of the form or all of the field sections in our form. So I'm going to copy and paste this in every section. So I'm just going to overwrite the valid input for the email. Email and also for the password and also for the confirm password. Now I just pasted in the username field for all of those. So now I'm going to change that. Now I'm going to use the multi-cursor functionality within Sublime Text, but you could use a find and replace functionality within your editor. So within Sublime Text, I can just highlight all of these here and change these all at once. So instead of form.username, we want that to be form.email. So I'll go down here to our password group and change these usernames to password. And now go down here to our confirm password group, highlight all those usernames, and change that to confirm password. Now, if you misspelled any of this or run into any problems at this point, then remember I do have all of this source code for these videos on my GitHub, and you can always copy and paste from there so that you can be sure that you didn't make any small mistakes here or there. And the link for that is in the description section below. Okay, so speaking of which, let's make sure that I didn't make any small mistakes by making sure that this form validation is now working. So let's save that and make sure that our server is still running, and it is, and pull up our website, and we will reload our register page. And first, let's just submit a form with 0 information. So if I just submit this form, then we can see that we get the feedback on every single field that says that this field is required. And it's those Bootstrap classes that we added in that handles the coloring of the red text and the red outline on the actual field there. So now if I put a username that is too short, remember we said that a username has to be at least 2 characters, and also an invalid email. So I'll just put in an email of Corey, and also I'll put in passwords that don't match. So I'll do this one and just say testing, and then this one I'll put in some gibberish. So now if I hit submit, then we can see now that it's telling us that our field must be between 2 and 20 characters long, and that we have an invalid email address, and also that this field must be equal to the password. And if we had multiple errors on any of these, then it would show all of those as well. So we're getting some good feedback here to let the user know exactly what they need to fix in order to create their account properly. Okay, so we're almost finished up, but we were also going to do our login page. Now, this is going to be a lot faster because we've already done most of this work for the register page. So let's copy our register template to our login template. So I'll go back to our page here and copy this big, long register template here into our blank login template. And now there are some things that we need to change with this form. So here at the top, we will change our legend, and our legend we will change to login. And remember, we were logging in with our email and not our username. So I'm just going to get rid of this entire form group div here that contained our username. So I'll get rid of that. We're going to keep the email. We are going to keep the password. This confirm password we no longer need, so we can get rid of that form group. Now, we did have that remember me field that we needed to add in, but this is going to be a little different from the other fields. So this is going to be a div, and this is going to be a Bootstrap class equal to form-check, since it's going to be a checkbox. And we don't need any complicated validations here because this is either going to be checked or not checked. There's not really anything that you can do wrong here. So now we can just put in these field values. So first I'll put in the checkbox. So we'll say form.remember, and we want to pass a class into this. So we will say that this class is equal to form-check-input. And also we want to pass in the label for this field. So we'll just copy that, paste it in below here. So this is going to be form.remember.label. And instead of form check input, this is going to be form check label for the class there. Now, also on most login pages, you'll see a link for if you forgot your password, then you can do a password reset. So let's add one of those in as well. So I'll put that right after our submit button. And right after our submit button, I'll just do a small tag here, and I'll give this a class of text muted, just to make that a little subtle. I'll also give it a margin left of 2 just to spread it away from that submit button a little bit. And now we want to add in an anchor tag here. Now we don't have a URL for this forgot password link yet that we'll be doing later in the series. So if you ever just want to do a dummy link, then you can just put in a # there, and that will just be a link that goes nowhere. So for the text for this link, I'll say forgot password with a question mark. And also on our register page, I said that there's usually something that says, do you already have an account? Well, then you can sign in here. Also on most login pages, you'll see something that says something like, well, with a question mark. And also on our register page, I said that there's usually something that says, do you already have an account? Well, then you can sign in here. Also on most login pages, you'll see something that says something like, well, do you need an account? Well, you can register here. So that's what we'll put here. So we'll say need an account. And instead of putting a URL for our login page, we'll put in a URL for our register page. And the text for this link will just say sign up now. Okay, so now with those changes in place, if we save those and pull back up our website, so our server's still running, if now we go to our login page, then we can see that now we have our login form. Okay. Okay, so this is looking pretty good. Now, we don't currently have any users, but let's put some temporary code in here to simulate a successful login. So I'm going to go back to our application code and go down to our login route. And we also want to see if this form is valid on submission as well. So we'll copy this conditional here and paste this in. Now that means that we also need to accept post requests to this route as well. So just like we did with our register route, let's copy this section that allows post requests to submission as well. So we'll copy this conditional here and paste this in. Now that means that we also need to accept post requests to this route as well. So just like we did with our register route, let's copy this section that allows post requests to our login route. And now within our conditional, let's just put in some fake data here for now to simulate a successful login. So I'm just going to say if form.email.data, so that's the data that was submitted in the email form. If that is equal to admin@blog.com, and our form.password.data is equal to, and we will just do a password of password, which is normally a bad idea, but this is just going to be temporary here until we get our database set up. So if they submit our login form with an email of admin@blog.com and a password of password, then we want to simulate a successful login. So we'll do a flashed message like we saw before, and this is just going to say, you have been logged in, exclamation point. And remember, we want to pass in a category in here. That'll be the Bootstrap class, and that'll be a Bootstrap class of success. And then we can return a redirect to our homepage. So we'll do URL 4 and go to that home route. And now we'll just say that any other submissions are invalid. So we will put in an else statement here. So anything that isn't an email of admin blog and a password, then we'll say that that's an unsuccessful login. So we will put in a flash message here and say login unsuccessful. Please check username and password. Okay, now instead of passing in a category of success there, we really want this to be like a red alert. And in Bootstrap, that class is called danger for the alert. And now, at this point, we don't want to return anything because it will just fall down here to this render template where it renders the login page again. So I will clean that up a bit and save that. Okay, so if we did all of that correctly, then we should be able to do a fake login with the email that we specified here and our fake password. So let's make sure, okay, so I saved that when we had a mistake in our file. So if I rerun our server there, now our server is running, so our website should be running as well. I'll go back and reload our login page, and let's just try to log in with some incorrect credentials. So I'll say test@test.com and some made up password. So if I log in, then we can see that we get that red danger alert that says login unsuccessful, please check username and password. So now if we change this to what we specified, so admin@blog.com and a password of password, if we log in, we get redirected to our home route and it says you have been logged in. Okay, so now one very quick thing here and then we'll be finished up with the video. When I pasted in the snippet of our navigation bar into our layout template, the navigation bar currently is using direct links to our different routes, and this works fine sometimes, but if we ever change our routes for any reason, then we want our website to pick that up automatically instead of us needing to remember to change it in multiple locations. And as we've seen several times now, we can do this with that URL for function that we've already used a couple of times. And you definitely want to utilize that function a lot because it makes linking to different pages pretty effortless. So the only reason I didn't do this in the last video is because our login and register routes didn't exist yet, and using URL for to a non-existent route will throw an error. So let's see what this looks like to convert existing links to use that URL for function. So let's go back to our project and open up our layout template. So I still have that open here. And now we want to go down to our navigation links. So our navigation links are up here in our header. So they are right here. And right now you can see that these are direct links to, /about, /login. But instead, let's change these to use the URL for function. So I will put in those double curly braces, say URL for, and we want this to be the URL for home. And I'll just copy this and do the same for our other routes. So this will be the URL for about. This will be the URL for login, and this will be the URL for register. So just make sure that worked. If we go back to our website and reload our homepage, then we should be able to click around and see the forms that we've created and go to all of these different links with no problem. Okay, so I think that is going to do it for this video. I hope that now you have a good understanding for how we can work with forms in Flask and also how we can validate the data that the user sends to our route. And in the next video, we'll learn how to use a database so that we can actually store this information and implement a real registration and login system. So if anyone has any questions about what we covered in this video, then feel free to ask in the comment section below and I'll do my best to answer those. And if you enjoyed these tutorials and would like to support them, then there are several ways you can do that. The easiest way is to simply like the video and give it a thumbs up. And also it's a huge help to share these videos with anyone who you think would find them useful. And if you have the means, you can contribute through Patreon, and there's a link to that page in the description section below. Be sure to subscribe for future videos, and thank you all for watching. Hey there, how's it going, everybody? In this video, we'll be creating a database for our our application so that we can create real users and posts instead of relying on dummy data. And to work with these databases in Python, we're going to be using SQL Alchemy, which is a very popular ORM that people use for different databases. Now, if you don't know what an ORM is, it stands for Object Relational Mapper, and basically it allows us to access our database in an easy-to-use object-oriented way. And the thing I like about it most is that you can use different databases without changing your Python code. So if you want to use an SQLite database for testing and a Postgres database for production, then all you need to do is pass in a different database URL for SQL Alchemy to connect to, but all of the code to query the database will be the same. And that's what we will be doing in this series. We'll use an SQLite database for development, and then when we're ready to deploy this application, we'll switch over to a Postgres database for production. So let's go ahead and get started so we can see what this looks like. So first of all, we need to install the Flask SQL Alchemy package, and we can do that with a simple pip install. So we can say pip install, and that is flask-SQL Alchemy. Now, there is a regular SQL Alchemy package, but Flask SQL Alchemy is a Flask-specific extension that provides some useful defaults and helpers for our Flask application. So let's use that one instead. So once that is installed, we can import this into our application. So I'm going to go back to our project file that we have open here in Sublime Text, and this file is called flaskblog.py for me. And at the top here, we can import this by saying from Flask_SQL Alchemy, import SQL Alchemy, and that is uppercase there. So now let's copy that. And after we import that, then we need to specify the URI for the database, which is where the database is located. Now, we currently don't have a database, so let's just choose a location where we want this database to be. So for now, let's use an SQLite database because it's the easiest to get up and running with. And SQLite database will simply be a file on our file system. So to set this location, we need to set this as a configuration. So we can say underneath our secret key here, we'll say app.config, and this is going to be equal to SQL Alchemy, and actually this is going to be all uppercase here. So SQL Alchemy underscore database underscore URI, and we'll set that equal to an empty string for now. Okay, so with SQLite, we can specify a relative path with 3 forward slashes in the URI. So we can say for this SQLite database, we can say SQLite and then a colon and then 3 forward slashes to specify a relative path. And then we'll just call this site.db. So these 3 slashes are a relative path from the current file. So that means that this site.db file should get created here in our project directory alongside our Python module that we're currently in. Okay, so now that we have that location set, now we need to create a database instance. And to do that, we can come up here right below our configurations and we can say db is equal to, and this will be equal to SQL Alchemy, and we're going to pass in the app as an argument to that. Okay, so now we have an SQL Alchemy database instance and are ready to work with our databases. Now, the great thing about SQL Alchemy is that we can represent our database structure as classes, and you'll be hearing those classes be called models. And doing the database structure this way is actually very intuitive after you get the hang of it. Now, we could put these classes into a separate file like we did with our forms, and we will do that in a later video in the series. But for now, I'm just going to put these within our main application because the imports can get a little weird with these dependencies if I was to separate them right now. So in the next video, we'll learn how to split these files up properly. But for now, let's go ahead and create those class models that will be our database structure. So each class is going to be its own table in the database. So first, let's create the user class to hold our users. And first, let me clean this up here. I'm going to separate this app from our imports and put all of this configuration and stuff together. And I will put the models right above our dummy post data. Okay, so to create this user model, I'm going to create a class, and I'm going to call this user. And now we're going to import from db.model. And now within our user model, now we can add the columns for this table. So first we're going to have an ID, which is going to be a unique ID. And this is going to be equal to a db.column. And in the column, now we specify what type this is. So this is going to be an integer. So this will be db.integer. And this is also going to be our primary key, which just means that it is a unique ID for our user. So I'll say primary key is equal to true. Okay, and now we can move on to our next column. Our next column is going to be a username. So we'll set that equal to db.column. Now this username is going to be a string, so we can say db.string. And if you remember in our validation, I said that the max length of this is going to be 20 characters. So let's just put in a 20 there to say that it's a string of 20 characters. Now we want the usernames to be unique also, so we can pass in a unique attribute or a unique argument here, and we can say unique is equal to true. And also we have to have a username, so this can't be null. So we can say nullable is equal to false. Okay, so our email is going to be similar to our username column. So I'm just going to copy that and paste this in below here. Now for our email, let's just say that we don't want anything above 120 characters or so. We want these to be unique as well. So we'll say unique is equal to true and nullable equal to false. Now we're also going to have an image file. Now this is going to be for the user's profile pictures. So we will set this equal to a db column as well. So I'm just going to copy and paste this one in here. So this will be a string, and I'm going to set 20 characters as the max here. And later in the video series, we'll see why, because we're going to hash these image files that are 20 characters long so that they are all unique. Now, there's going to be a default profile picture that every user starts out with that is the same. So users aren't going to have unique profile pictures because sometimes they're going to be able to share those, like the default picture, for example. So I'll take away the unique is equal to true, and I'll keep this nullable is equal to false because they have to have at least the default image. And now let's set a default value here. So this is if we do not create the user with any specific profile image, then what is going to be the default? And we'll just set this equal to default.jpg. And that is something that we will add later in the series. Okay, so let's keep adding some columns here. Okay, so now let's add a password column because users are going to have passwords, and that's going to be equal to a db column of type db string, and I'll paste that in. Now the string for the passwords, again, these are going to be hashed. So the hashing algorithm that we're going to use is going to make this 60 characters long. So I'll do a 60 there, and we will again pass in a nullable equal to false. Now we didn't need a unique of true because people can have the same passwords. Okay, so now I'm also going to specify an REPR method, and that is a double underscore method, which people call dunder methods or magic methods. Now, if you don't know what this does, this specifically is how our object is printed whenever we print it out. So this and the double underscore str method as well. So we're just going to set this REPR one for now, and we'll see what this looks like in just a second. So I'm going to return what we want this to look like when we print out a user object. So I'm going to print out this term user, and then I'm going to put some parentheses here, and I'll just print out this user's username and email and image file. So I'll say self.username. And then I will copy this section here and then put a comma and print out the self.email and then put a comma and print out the self.image file. And I won't print out the password for this user when we print out a user object. Now, if you're new to using classes in Python and would like to know more about the self variable that we have here and also these magic methods, then I do have a complete series on object-oriented programming in Python where I go over all of those concepts if this is something that is new to you. But I'm not going to go into detail about it here because really it does require its own series to go over. Okay, so now let's create the post class to hold our post. So this is going to be similar to our user. So I'll just copy and paste this in here, but this will be for post. Post. And again, we're going to be inheriting from our db.model. And now we're going to create similar columns. So we want another ID column, which is going to be exactly the same. So I'll post that in there. Now we want a title, and a title is going to be a string column. So I'll copy this up to this point here and copy that and paste it in. Now let's say that we want the title to be a max of, let's say, 100 characters. And now we will say that we have to have a title for each of our posts. So nullable will be equal to false. Okay, so now we are going to want a date posted column to hold the date that our post was made. And this is going to be a db column. And the type of this column is going to be a db.datetime. And each of our posts will have to have a date. So nullable, again, is going to be equal to false. And now we want a default for this as well. So if we don't actually specify a date for when our post was created, then we're just going to say that it was posted at the current time. And so to get the current time, we're going to have to import the datetime module. So I'm going to go to the top of our file here, and I will say from datetime, import the datetime class and copy that. And now down here, we can say that we want the default to be equal to datetime dot UTC now. Now, I'm not going to put parentheses to actually run that function, or else we'd be saying that we want the default to be the current time right now. We don't want the parentheses there because we want to actually pass in that function as the argument and not the current time. And you always want to use UTC times when saving dates and times to a database so that they are consistent. Okay, and lastly, all of our posts are also going to have content. So we will say content is equal to, and this is going to be a DB column, and the type of this column is going to be db.text. And again, the content will be required for every post. So we say nullable is equal to false and save that. Now we'll be using an REPR for this class as well. So let's paste that in. in, and instead this will be, we'll print this out as a post, and we want to print out the self.title, and we'll also print out the self.date posted so that we can see those values of each instance. And I will remove that user file. I'm not going to print out the content because the content can be extremely long, and if you're looping through posts and printing them all out, I just want a short description of that post, and the title and the date posted will be good enough. Okay, so one thing you may have noticed is that I haven't added the author to the post model yet. So the post model and the user model are going to have a relationship since users will author posts. So specifically, this is going to be called a one-to-many relationship because one user can have multiple posts, but a post can only have one author. And this is how we do this in SQL Alchemy. So we can say up in our users model here, I will create a post attribute and set this equal to, now this isn't going to be equal to a column. This is going to be equal to db.relationship. Oh, and I spelled that wrong. Relationship. There we go. Okay, so now we're going to say that this has a relationship to our post model, pass that in as a string, and then we're going to specify a backref here, and we'll go over this in just a second. I'm going to set a backref equal to author, and then also pass in this lazy argument, and set the lazy argument equal to true. Okay, so again, we're saying that our post attribute has a relationship to the post model. Now, the backref is similar to adding another column to the post model. What the backref allows us to do is when we have a post, we can simply use this author attribute to get the user who created the post. And if that doesn't make sense yet, then we'll see this in action in just a bit. Now, the lazy argument just defines when SQL Alchemy loads the data from the database. So true means that SQL Alchemy will load the data as necessary in one go. So this is convenient because with this relationship, we'll be able to simply use this post attribute to get all of the posts created by an individual user. Now notice that this is a relationship and not a column. So if we were to actually look at our actual database structure in some kind of SQL client, we wouldn't see this post column here. This is actually just running an additional query in the background that will get all of the posts this user has created. Okay, so now to specify the user in the post model, we can add the user ID for the author. So if I come down here into our post model, then we are going to create an attribute called user ID, and we're going to set this equal to, and this will be a DB column. And this will be a db.integer because it's going to be the primary key of our user. And now we need to specify that this is a foreign key, which means that it has a relationship to our user model. So we're going to say db.foreign key. And then we specify what that is. So with a string, we can say user.id. Now it'll be required that each post has an author. So we're also going to pass in a null. Nullable is equal to false as usual. Okay, so again, this is going to be the ID of the user who authored the post. Now, it might be a little confusing because we're using an uppercase P here in the user model when we define the relationship with the post, but we're using a lowercase u for the user ID in the post model. And that is because in the user model, we're referencing the actual post class, and in the foreign key, we're actually referencing the table name and the column name, so it's lowercase. So the user model automatically has this table name set to lowercase user, and the post model will have a table name automatically set to lowercase post. Now, if you want to set your own table names, then you can set a specific table name attribute, but since our models are pretty simple, we'll just leave those as the default lowercase values. Oh, and one mistake that I see here that I made, you probably noticed this when I did it, but whenever I created this email, this is supposed to be email here, and I actually left that as username. So that should have been email, so sorry about that. Okay, so now that we have these database models that represent the structure of our database, we can now use those to create the database. So to do this, we're going to use the command line. So I'm going to open up my terminal here, and I've still got my virtual environment active. activated and am navigated to the project directory. So within here, I'm going to say Python, and you have to be within your project directory to get these imports to work. So now I'm going to say from Flask blog import DB. So Flask blog is my application file, and DB is the instance of our database that we created. So I'll import that. Now, we didn't get any errors, but we did get this output from SQL Alchemy. Don't worry about that. It's just some information. So now we can actually create our database by saying DB put from within here, I'm going to say Python, and you have to be within your project directory to get these imports to work. So now I'm going to say from Flask blog light database for now. This is actually going to be a file on our file system, and we set our database URI to be a file in the same directory as our application and called that site.db. So if we look at our project directory, then we can see that now we have a site.db file here in our project directory. Now, I know that might be a little hard for you to see in my sidebar, but I have a Finder window opened here with my project, and we can see that we have a site.db file here that was created within your project directory.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another Flask tutorial. So in this video what we're going to be doing is talking about databases and how we can actually save user specific information. Now I know we haven't gone into user authentication yet and talked about password hashing and all of that, and we're not going to do that in this specific tutorial or probably the next one either, but if you guys do want to learn how to do that, let me know and maybe I'll make a video on that later. But right now what we're going to do is just work on saving information in a database, understand how that works, creating some database models. This will probably take 2 videos, maybe 3 depending on how much we end up doing. So if I don't get to everything in this video, don't worry, it's coming in the next one and that one should be out soon. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. So what I want to actually do is make it so that when a user logs in, they're brought to a page that's almost kind of like a profile page, like a very simple profile page where they can modify some information about themselves. Now to keep things simple, we're just going to make that information an email. So each user has an email. When they go there, they can change their email, they can update it, they can delete the email, they can do whatever they want, and we'll save that in a database. And then the next time that the user logs in, we'll look for that email and we'll display it, and then they can change it. Just give you an idea of how we have persistent information. Now we're going to do this using something called SQL Alchemy. I believe that's how you say that. So we're going to start by actually just installing that. I got to stop this server. So we're going to go to command prompt and just do a pip install flask-SQL and then alchemy, I believe is how you spell that. So I already have that installed. You guys run and enter on that again, flask SQL alchemy, and then we'll be good to go. So we're going to start by, I guess, just importing that. So we'll say import SQL alchemy, which is going to be our import. And now we're actually just going to work on some of the front end stuff. So getting that form set up, grabbing some information from the form with the post request, and then we'll get into the database. So I'm going to go to this user.html file. You can
to get these.
You can see I've cleared out what we had previously that showed if email. Now the reason it's fluid, this is a Bootstrap and a database, and since we already know about sessions, we'll get started with that. So the first thing I'm going to do is change my user page here to have a method. So it's going to have methods, I believe it's like that, and we're going to have post. This is wrong. What our import really should be, and I wasn't even close, is Flask underscore SQL alchemy. So from Flask SQL alchemy, import SQL alchemy. Now what we're going to do is set up a database object, which is going to be equal to a new kind of SQL database. So to do this, we're going to say SQL alchemy, and then inside of here, what we're going to do is actually just put the parameter app. And we're going to set up a few kind of configuration properties here for our app to define some stuff to do with the database. So to do that, we're going to say app.config, and then here, I'm going to have to copy this in because I don't want to mess it up. Actually, I'll just copy the entire line, then you guys can see it. So I'm going to say app.config SQL alchemy underscore database underscore URI. Notice that's not an L, that's an I, equals SQLite, and then users.SQLite3. Now, this right here is actually going to be the name of the table that you're going to be referencing, which we'll talk about in a second. But for now, we're going to leave this as users because that's what we're going to use. And then again, .SQLite3. So make sure you have that. I'm going to copy in one more thing here. This is optional, but this is just going to remove a warning that we get sometimes. So SQL alchemy underscore track modifications. Equals false. What this is going to do is make it so we're not tracking all the modifications to the database. I believe that's correct. And this just pops up and tells you, add this if you don't want a warning. So I figured we'll add it now so we don't see that popping up. Okay, so now that we've done that, we've actually set up the kind of database configuration, and now it's time to create what we call a model, which we're going to store information in. So the reason why I'm showing you guys this SQL alchemy is because it makes it way easier to save information because we can write all our database stuff in Python code rather than writing SQL queries. So some of you may be familiar with SQL, maybe you've used SQLite 3 before. This is going to be a little bit different syntax, but you should hopefully be able to understand it. So any kind of object that we want to represent or any pieces of information can be stored in rows and columns in our database. Now the columns are going to represent pieces of information and rows are going to represent individual items. Now in our case, we want to store users, and our users are going to have, in this case, just a name and an email, and that's all we want to store. So what I'm going to do is actually define a class which is going to represent this user object in our database, and it's going to be called users. Now what I'm going to do in here is going to be a database model, which means it has a few methods and things that are inherited from it. Now, what we actually do to define the properties that we're going to save is write them as class attributes. Now this is pretty straightforward. You can pretty much copy kind of the lines I'm doing and tweak their names if you want to store more or different information. But the first thing I'm going to do is say name, actually, sorry, not name, underscore ID equals, and in this case, we're going to say db.column like this, which is going to be the type of information. We're going to put the name actually before that, which is going to be ID. And then what we're going to do is say primary underscore key equals true. So object of values, it could be like tell the difference between two because we define the type here. Technically, we can store some values in method, and there's okay, and then the last one I wanted, email equals db 100. Okay, so let me check to make sure I did that correct. I did. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Actually, we don't even need to define these names here because if I don't do this, if I don't define the name, then what's actually going to happen is it'll just use this variable name, which is fine. That's all we need to do. So we just need to define the type here. So if you want to enter a string of all of them that are going to be none values or nil values, which means that for some objects, they might not actually have a value for that property. For example, say we have, gender as an option, and, now some people decide not to declare that. So maybe now is say automatically created for us if we don't do that because it's a primary key. And now what I'm Try to explain this model. Hopefully this makes sense. Again, you've done that. What it's going to do is actually create this database if it doesn't already exist in our program whenever we run this application. So that's important. Make sure you put that above the app.run so that the app doesn't have an issue when that database doesn't exist and it starts running. And so that's important. Make sure you put that above the app.run so that the app doesn't have an issue when that database doesn't exist and it starts running. And with that, people decide not to declare that, so maybe we leave that as none. And then for some people we have male and we have female, but some people just don't have a value. For that column. So what I'm going to do here now is say name and email, because these are the two things that we need every time we define
these imports to work. So now I'm going to say from Flask blog import db. So Flask blog is my application file, and db is the instance of our database that we created. So I'll import that. Now we didn't get any errors, but we did get this output from SQL Alchemy. Don't worry about that. It's just some information. So now we can actually create our database by saying db.create_all and use that create all method. So if I hit enter, you can see that we don't get any errors. So that should have created our database. Now, since we're using a SQLite database for now, this is actually going to be a file on our file system, and we set our database URI to be a file in the same directory as our application and called that site.db. So if we look at our project directory, then we can see that now we have a site.db file here in our project directory. Now I know that
Hello guys, welcome, enjoy.
Now, since we're using a SQLite database for now, this is actually going to be a file on our file system, and we set our database URI to be a file in the same directory as our application and called that site.db. So if we look at our project directory, then we can see that now we have a site. Site.db. So if we look at the base URI now and use that create all method. So if I hit enter, you can see that we don't get any errors. So that should have created our database. Now, since we're using a